Committee of Wednesday, July 29th, 2020 to order. This meeting is being convened by electric means and is authorized under the order of the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone or obviously on by computer, and as the chair of the meeting, I'm also participating by computer or phone. Please note that if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated. Council are also reminded that we need to ensure there's quorum, so please make sure we have video. It also makes things a little more exciting. This meeting will continue with audio only as council are participating in the meeting virtually. Members of the public can listen on the proceedings via live stream or the YouTube link, which has been tweeted out by Van City Clerk. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. And I would like to really acknowledge that we are spread around the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together, and recognize that all of our conversation today is respectful and understanding of the land and waters that we host this meeting on. I also want to thank our staff and recognize the immense contribution who work every day to make sure that the city is an incredible place for us all to live, work, and play. And this has been a difficult couple of weeks, and really want to appreciate all the hard work by staff to ensure that we continue to move forward and do the good work of the city. Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Stewart. I understand Mayor Stewart will be joining the meeting shortly. Councillor Carr?
Here.
Councillor DiGenova has a medical leave. Councillor Fry?
Here.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe is in the chair. Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Present.
Councillor Bly?
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young?
Present.
The meeting has quorum. Chair Wiebe.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to quickly go over the plan for the day. We have 3 items of business. First item is presentations from 3 guest speakers. Second item is the potential recommendations arising from the presentations. And the third item will be the CCRC final report on recommendations, which will include a presentation by the CCRC working group. And I have heard that we will be getting questions through the potential recommendations arising from the presentations we've had emailed out to councillors to put in your feedback during the lunch hour, and we'll get more information on this moving forward. We will recess for lunch from noon and reconvene the meeting at 1 unless there's changes to the agenda. And a reminder that when presentations are being streamed, the public live feed has a slight delay. So any presenter, please allow us to move the slides along by saying next. First thing we need to do is we need a motion to go into committee of hold. Do I have someone to make that motion?
So moved. Carr.
Carr moved. Seconder Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yay.
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 All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. All right, we're on to our first segment, which is amazing presentations by 3 great speakers. And the first speaker we're going to hear from is Karen Tamu from the BC Director of the Pembina Institute and a member of the BC Climate Solutions Council. Karen, are you with us at this moment?
Good morning. Good morning.
And go ahead. We look forward to seeing your slides and your presentation.
Great. And just a point of order, is someone streaming the slides or am I sharing my screen?
These slides should be streamed.
Clerk
may I have, go ahead.
Mayor Stewart, or sorry, Chair, my mistake. Chair Wiebe, we can be streaming these slides. And if the presenter wishes to share her screen, it would also go on the WebEx, so both can happen.
Karen, are you able to share your screen? It is helpful for counselors to have it as well.
I can. I think I'm supposed to see something come up though.
Tina, are we able to help ensure that Karen can share her screen?
Getting some support.
Perfect. Well, it looks like we can see them now. Beautiful picture across Stanley Park. And whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you, and good morning, mayors, councillors, and others on the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to address the COVID Recovery Committee. I'd like to also acknowledge that we are meeting on the unceded Coast Salish territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. As Michael said, my name is Karen Temwu, and I'm the BC Director for the Pembina Institute, based here in Vancouver. For those of you who don't know, the Pembina Institute is a clean energy and climate policy think tank with teams across the country. And this quote from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, really speaks to how all levels of government around the world need to be thinking about the economic recovery from the pandemic. It's certainly been encouraging to see other international institutions like the UN and the International Energy Agency and governments in Europe commit to a clean recovery. The BC government has also been very clear that there will be a climate lens put on the recovery initiatives. And the City of Vancouver has demonstrated world-class leadership in its climate action policies to date. So this is really a solid foundation from which to build from, thinking about recovery from the pandemic. It's important to note that some of the ideas that I'll be presenting today can be immediately implemented as part of the economic recovery. And in order to sustain momentum the city has generated, we need to be thinking about ensuring that investments into the low carbon economy are not just a flash in the pan during the recovery period, but are maintained at a level to ensure we can achieve our climate targets. This morning, I'll be sharing with you our recommendations for initiatives that could support a resilient recovery and the path towards a low carbon future. My colleagues and I put together recommendations for green stimulus early on in
the city. I just discovered.
If we can just make sure everyone's muted so we can continue to hear this presentation by Karen.
Thank you. The ideas that we shared with the federal and provincial governments early on in the pandemic have been adapted for this presentation today, as we know that municipalities are often ground zero for implementing climate policies. Here are some priorities that we laid out for resilient recovery. Essentially, how do we look at supporting sectors and jobs in the low or zero carbon sectors, and supporting actions that support limiting warming to within 1.5 degrees, and also thinking about, can we go farther? Meaning, can we do better than current regulations, and can we accelerate meeting the goals laid out in the Greenest City and Climate Emergency Action Plans? Also, as much as possible, targeting those who have been most affected by the pandemic, such as low-income families, women, youth, and those who work in the services sector. The recommendations I'll speak to are focused on 2 areas today: buildings and transportation. These are obviously areas of significant sources of carbon pollution that are within the responsibility of the City of Vancouver. Also, some of these actions, I'm acknowledging that some of these actions cannot be undertaken by the city alone without provincial or federal support and coordination. We know that space and water heating in homes and buildings contributes to more than half of Vancouver's carbon pollution. These facts and figures here on the screen show the scale of the opportunity we have to improve our existing homes and buildings. in terms of how many buildings will be standing and still be used and occupied in 30 years from now, and also how many of these homes and buildings we actually need to be looking at deep renovations and improvements, but also the economic opportunity of doing so. The overall theme for buildings is for the city to maintain or possibly increase the level of incentives available to renovate and improve our homes and buildings to be more energy efficient, switching to electric or low carbon renewable gas for heating, facilitating access to incentives that are provided, such as making the application process for permits and incentives easy, and also targeting low-income families to be able to access these incentives, is key to uptake, as well as putting an equity lens on the programs provided. Also focusing on social and Indigenous housing, for example, those facilities operated by VAHA, and community centers and recreation facilities and schools will also provide benefits to low-income families and support the health and well-being of Vancouver residents while also meeting climate goals. We also need to start looking at how do we build up the workforce and develop the supply chain that's associated with a low-carbon building sector. In terms of sustaining action in the building sector, we need to look at ways to finance home and building renovations over the long term. There simply isn't enough public dollars available, and PACE, Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing, is one of those tools that the City of Vancouver has already passed a motion in February supporting this idea. In addition, implementing energy efficiency and carbon intensity requirements for existing buildings is also an important tool that the province is also moving towards. And the city may also want to consider incorporating low carbon building materials in building specifications, which is also another area that the province is moving towards. The building sector is actually a really good example of why governments need to consider influx of injections that are followed by sustained funding. The Pembina Institute conducted an analysis of renovation activity from 2009 to 2012 that showed that the retrofit industry boomed due to an influx of incentives following the 2008 recession. But after these incentives were canceled or fully allocated, the retrofit industry declined sharply and it still hasn't recovered. So looking at stimulus funding from recovery from the pandemic is an opportunity to rebuild the retrofit industry in a sustainable manner. So we've seen some interesting trends with respect to carbon pollution from vehicles due to the pandemic. And I think most people are aware that there was a significant decrease in commuter traffic as people shifted to working from home, both by vehicles and by bicycle, but there was also a significant increase in recreational cycling.
Chair, excuse me, Chair Weeb, I don't believe that the slides are being forwarded on the public screen, the council chamber screen.
Okay, thanks for the point of information.
Clerk,
can we get a confirmation that the slides are being properly moved forward on the other side?
It looks good now.
Yes. So we are doing that here in the in the chamber, Chair Weeb, and trying to keep up with the speaker. However, there is a lag with the streaming.
Thank you very much. Does that clarify your point?
Yes. Thank you. It appears to be on the right one now. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. So as folks are staying from home or staying at home, there's also an increase in online shopping, which does factor into several of our recommendations for investments in the transportation space. So we've seen here that Canada Post has seen a significant increase in parcels delivered at 30%. That is in line with what they normally see during the holiday season. And just the other day, there was reports that increase in sales have more than doubled year on year. And as a result, that will result in more heavy-duty traffic. And just as a point of information, nearly half of provincial emissions are from medium and heavy duty vehicles. So in the recommendations, we'll speak a little bit first about transit. We've heard reports that in April, transit experienced more than 80% decrease in ridership, and transit remains an essential public good. Many essential workers and vulnerable populations continue to rely on public transit to get to work and to access basic needs. To ensure continuity of adequate and affordable transit service across British Columbia, both emergency and long-term stable funding are needed. And this will allow transit to continue to provide convenient and accessible service and avoid postponing investments in zero and near zero emission vehicles and related infrastructure. We'd also support providing priority bus lanes so that transit can move efficiently across the city. And I mentioned online shopping, and growth in e-commerce is outpacing brick and mortar retail. And as the delivery economy grows, so too will carbon pollution unless we invest in sustainable options. For example, cargo bikes are replacing conventional delivery trucks, and they've been becoming an increasingly common sight around Vancouver. Testing cargo bike deliveries across Canadian cities is growing, and cities are looking at Vancouver as an example. Other options are to create micro hubs for distribution, priority parking for zero emissions delivery trucks, or off-peak hour deliveries. And I've spoken to the increase in cycling that we've seen. So of course we're supportive of investing in cycling infrastructure and also other active transportation infrastructure, such as walking, not just for recreation, but also basic needs. While cycling commuter traffic has decreased, cycling routes have also seen an increase of up to 40% across the city. By providing better cycling infrastructure, this also supports low carbon movement of goods. Overall, the pattern of goods movement is not well understood across not just municipalities, but across the province and across the country. So by working with the province and getting support from the province, the city could do better in terms of collecting data needed to better understand the movement of goods and plan for this into the future. I'd like to finish off by saying that the biggest threat to recovering from this pandemic and the biggest threat to recovery of our economy is stalling, or worse, going backwards on climate action, where important gains have been made, both in the city, across the province, and across the country. And so this is why sustained action beyond recovery is needed at all levels of government. I would urge the city to advocate for continued sustained commitment from your counterparts at the provincial and federal level. And we see much opportunity in complementing and accelerating the goals of the Greenest City Action Plan and the Climate Emergency Action Plan for the better health and well-being of Vancouver residents affected by the crisis. Thank you.
Through all the speakers, and then we'll ask questions after, because we do have a lot of speakers and a lot of great information to come. So thank you so much for your presentation, Karen. And if you could hold on the line as we move forward to the next speaker. And the next speakers, we have 3 speakers coming from Metro Vancouver, including my friend Neil Carley, General Manager of Parks and Environment, Roger Kwan, from Director of Air Quality and Climate Change, and Connor Reynolds, Division Manager from Air Quality and Climate Change Policy. Do you have your slides ready to go from Metro? I see them. I see they're up, and whenever you're ready, you guys may start.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. To start, I'll do all the talking, and then when we get to the question period, Roger and Connor will chime in. I do want to thank the committee for the invitation to present to this committee. I also want to note that Connor Reynolds sits on the UBCM Special Climate Action Committee along with Councillor Carr, and you're going to hear more about the work of this committee from Dale Littlejohn after us. Climate 2050 is Metro Vancouver's 30-year climate change strategy to support the transition to a carbon-neutral and resilient region and responding to climate change for both adaptation and greenhouse gas reduction. We're doing this both for Metro Vancouver as an organization and for the region as a whole. To align with the IPCC 1.5 degree report from 2018, the Metro Vancouver Board adopted a target for the region to become carbon neutral by 2050. and has also set an interim target for regional greenhouse gases to be reduced by 45% by 2030 relative to 2010 emission levels. I note for Metro Vancouver as a corporation, Climate 2050 applies to all of our planning, design, and investment in infrastructure to ensure that Metro Vancouver's operations and assets are resilient and will also meet our GHG reduction targets. We achieved carbon neutrality for 2019 and expect to do so for 2020 and hopefully 2021 through a lot of the investments and projects, particularly around regional parks, which are super important for our climate change strategy. For the region's communities, Metro Vancouver will play a role in regional planning and coordination to support residents, businesses, and member jurisdictions in reducing emissions to meet the bold targets adopted by the Metro Vancouver Board and to adapt to changing climate. Climate 2050 relies on the most current science, and as the science evolves, we will adjust our strategy to go along with that. After the initial adoption of the Climate 2050 framework in 2018, the IPC released its special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid the most serious of the climate change projections. Our board took a look at this, and our Climate Action Committee responded by amending our targets to achieve carbon neutral region by 2050. And as we all know, we're getting more and more information as the months go on. And the science, I'm not just going to say may evolve again, but will evolve again. And that's why we recognize that Climate 2050 needs to be a dynamic and adaptive to as we strive to meet our climate goals and commitments. Also, in terms of science underlying Climate 2050, we recognized that we needed to assess the impacts of climate change specifically for this region. In 2016, Metro Vancouver partnered with the Pacific Climate Impacts Consortium to develop a set of climate projections to our region. This report sets out the changes in weather patterns that we expect by the 2050s and beyond, and some of the associated impacts of on our assets and infrastructure. Basically, it's summarized, and I think you've heard this many times, but we're going to have longer, hotter, drier summers, warmer and wetter winters, more extreme weather in terms of precipitation and events and heat events, and less snowpack, which means less drinking water supply and impacts on tourism. We also had an estimate of sea level rise. Our 2016 estimate was up to 1 meter sea level rise. However, the current observations of Arctic and Antarctic ice shelves, we're seeing different melting mechanisms and faster melt rates. This number is going to require review and adjustment. One of the key indicators in our climate projections, and quite appropriate for this week as we experience our latest heat wave, is related to the changing temperatures projected for our region and related impacts. An index of this particular relevance to people and infrastructure is summer days, which is basically how many days reach temperatures over 25 degrees in any year. Currently, our region, and the past, our region experienced about 22 days per year. Our projections indicate that we can expect 55 summer days by the 2050s. That's a lot. That's more than double what is currently and in the past. And by the 2080s, we're projecting to be up to almost 80 days over 25 degrees, which is more than triple. And you can imagine the strain that's putting on our population and on our housing and buildings. With extended, more severe summer periods come a series of impacts. There will be implications on how we heat and cool buildings, and we'll talk about that in a bit further in the presentation. And this opens up opportunities for electrification as well as heat pumps. We've also seen water demand that strains our water reservoir capacities and the need for severe water use restrictions. And more importantly, or most importantly, because my team manages air quality, sunny stagnant days can lead to secondary formation of more air contaminants that lead to smog and haze, such as ground level ozone and fine particulate matter, which have serious health impacts. For 3 of the past 5 summers, and hopefully we will not see one this summer, we have been severely impacted by wildfires outside of our region. And that wildfire smoke has been transported into our airshed, resulting in air quality advisories and warnings. In addition, our health authorities have seen spikes during those poor air quality days of emissions into hospitals. This year, we were advised by the BC Centre of Disease Control and Dr. Bonnie Henry that degraded air quality can exacerbate our response to COVID-19. And health authorities all over the world are identifying that poor air quality compromises immune response and leads to more susceptibility to infection and also the severity of that infection. Climate 2050 commits us to getting to carbon neutral as a region. This chart illustrates the reductions that will be necessary in each of the different sectors that contribute to GHG emissions, and this is overall in the region, not just Metro Vancouver as a corporation. The overall principle is to reduce GHGs to the extent possible in each sector, but recognize that after everything, there will still be some remaining emissions. We will get to net zero by 2050 by implementing carbon offsets, credits, and removals. This will include carbon removal and sequestration. Carbon removal can be done both ecologically, especially through regional parks, and also through municipal restoration of ecological areas, and technologically. The actions are already underway for many of these sectors, and we are developing roadmaps for 10 different issue areas, which are logical groupings of sources and sectors in terms of both GHG reduction and adaptation. For the 10 issue areas, engagement with stakeholders and the public is critical for promoting and developing support for climate action. Since last fall, Metro Vancouver has developed 6 discussion papers, and you can see them on the screen, to guide the development of the issue area roadmaps. You can see that we are actively in consultation for buildings, industry, transportation, agriculture, nature and ecosystems, and the most recent is waste management. There are 4 more issue papers to come. Those are infrastructure, energy, land use and growth management, and human health and well-being. As noted, the Climate 2050 infrastructure discussion paper is under development. Metro Vancouver has planned investments of over $5 billion in infrastructure over the next 5 years. And even before COVID, we knew how these projects would support the local economy. In the wake of COVID, these projects now have an added dimension in supporting the economic recovery in the region. And all of these projects have climate change components, either mitigation, adaptation, or both. Now, I want to turn to some of the questions we've been asked to respond to, and from the perspective of the synergies and opportunities between the city's climate emergency response and Metro Vancouver's regional climate actions as we recover from COVID. I'm going to focus on buildings, where there's a strong alignment between our respective efforts. In our buildings discussion paper, we have articulated a long-term goal that all buildings are zero emission from heating and cooling. That's the long-term goal. Buildings last a long time, though. Roughly 2/3 of the buildings that will exist in the region in 2050 already exist today. And that's why it makes it so challenging to bring that slice of the emissions chart down to zero by 2050. In fact, we can't bring it down to zero because we won't be able to retrofit all the existing buildings to zero emissions. Decisions that we make now in the design, construction, and retrofit and operations determines the amount of emissions that those buildings will create for decades. For new construction, we want to do it right the first time. If we can, get to zero emissions now. And for existing buildings, we'll need to facilitate the right retrofits. The sooner we start, the better. But this can't be done alone. Emission reduction goals for building sector are the responsibility of multiple organizations, including the province, our member jurisdictions, the development community, and even the public. Within each of these discussion papers, we have put forward a series of big ideas, not unlike the big moves that guide the City of Vancouver's work in response to the climate emergency. For the Climate 2050 Buildings Roadmap, the first big idea is to leverage the building code to further limit greenhouse gas and health-harming air contaminant emissions. BC's Energy Step Code requires new buildings to meet increasingly stringent energy efficiency requirements, but the Step Code is currently fuel neutral, meaning that the performance requirements can be met using either fossil fuels or low-carbon electricity. To further reduce emissions, the Step Code could require, and I'll just say should require, electrical heating and cooling in buildings instead of natural gas, which would significantly reduce the greenhouse gases and health-harming air contaminants created by the buildings. For example, a single-family home constructed to Step Code 5, the highest step, that uses natural gas for heating would achieve a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to the same home built to today's BC Building Code. But by using electricity for heating, even a Step Code 1, the lowest step, would achieve at least a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and completely eliminate emissions of health-harming air contaminants. Another big idea focuses on using energy benchmarking and performance requirements to reduce emissions. In a benchmarking program, building owners report energy use and emissions from their buildings, which provides the owners with better information about energy and emission costs and impacts. And as Roger Kwan is fond of saying, what gets measured gets managed. In a performance requirement program, building owners also need to achieve specific energy and emission targets, which can be tightened over time. Dozens of jurisdictions in North America and other parts of the world have already implemented energy benchmarking requirements. A clear market signal about performance standards would help start a major transition to zero-emission buildings, and this initiative aligns well with the City of Vancouver's objectives. I want to emphasize the importance of working together. Reducing greenhouse gases and managing air quality requires close coordination with other governments and organizations and working collaboratively with residents and businesses. Metro Vancouver is working with our local jurisdictions, First Nations, and provincial government on actions to reduce emissions. Metro Vancouver is also working with other agencies, including the Pembina Institute, ZEBEX, health authorities, developer organizations, the Home Performance Stakeholder Council, BC Hydro, Fortis, and many others. Achieving our targets and protecting the quality of life in this region ultimately will be achieved only by everybody working together. And for this reason, we appreciate being invited here today. And lastly, given that we're discussing climate action in light of COVID-19 recovery, COVID-19 has led to a reevaluation of a lot of our priorities, but our priority around climate action and environmental initiatives has not changed. In fact, I'd actually say it's been heightened and enhanced, with evidence around the globe with how we saw emissions, greenhouse gas emissions and other contaminants, how they were reduced and how the quality of air truly improved globally. The question becomes how we can sustain and that how can we build back better. Metro Vancouver and its member jurisdictions are collaborating on climate action to advocate to senior governments for low carbon economic stimulus funding in the COVID recovery. I'd also like to just focus on this image of this young woman, one who is an example of the inspiring youth leaders that we work with in this region. This young woman is speaking to our board in support of our climate change. And the future generations are our reminder of the imperative to build back better. And thank you.
Thank you much, Neil. And if you could just hold on and we'll have questions after our final speaker. Our final speaker is Dale Littlejohn, member of the UBCM Special Committee on Climate Action and CEO of the BC Community Energy Association, along with George Benson from the Vancouver Economic Commission for the purpose of assisting with potential questions. Dale, are you on the line and do you have a presentation ready?
I am on the line. And
yeah, we can see the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Chair Weeb. And thank you to members of council for the invitation to be here today. Tina, we will be going through at a pretty high velocity on this, so if you need me to pause to catch up, just let me know, please. So on the agenda, you've asked us to respond to 3 questions. The answers to the first 2 are essentially the same, so I will go through those, and then I will discuss a little bit about advocacy in terms of some work that we're doing with City of Vancouver and Vancouver Economic Commission, and George mentioned from Vancouver Economic Commission, as well as the UBCM Climate Committee and their draft recommendations. And of course, Councillor Carr has been an active part of that committee. So the first significant opportunity that we're seeing right now involves dining, dashing, and dwelling. So there's some very significant impacts from COVID physical distancing, particularly around restaurants and retail being very hard hit, as well as a mode shift away from transit as people want to be a little further away from each other. We could imagine several policy objectives around enabling increased safe economic activity while also countering the short-term mode shift away from transit and setting up for long-term emission reductions. And we're seeing through the last few months with COVID some interesting dynamics emerging with, as we're all demonstrating today, working from home, as long as there is strong digital connectivity. And of course, proximity of work to home is a major driver of transportation emissions, as well as, of course, mobility choice. I'll talk about some very specific things more broadly. There's a huge opportunity to integrate climate considerations in the Vancouver city planning process with the overall city plan, and you've got rockstar staff working on that, such as Susan Haid, who I see is on viewing the WebEx now. The specific solutions, continuing doing what you're doing around road space reallocation for dining patios, active transportation, slow streets, and transit priority. So using this space that we have now to shift away from road space for vehicles to road space for other things, and then also setting up for long-term emission reductions, as well as promoting the working from home. The next big opportunity is what we call the retrofit two-step dance. So we're looking at 2 steps because what you want to do to get a whole bunch of people working in a short period of time is not necessarily what you want to do to get really deep emission reductions. But doing it intentionally can use one to set up the other. So we could see contractor engagement and youth training for simple retrofits, such as pushing bad insulation and draft proofing, which is great. It gets folks out there, it gets some emission reductions. It's not huge. But what that can lead to is basically using that as a marketing or intake program for deep retrofits and or fuel switching. So you use this immediate opportunity of the need to getting people out and working to actually drive the longer term emission reductions. Layered on this could also be youth employment at the neighborhood level through social mobilization, and folks like Stephen Seppard from UBC Calp have a lot to say about how things like that could work. So again, great opportunities here to get less skilled workers out there working with paychecks really quickly while setting up for the long-term emission reductions. And on the next slide, there's also great opportunities on the adaptation side of things, again, with youth and less skilled workers being hit particularly hard, as well as women, through the COVID unemployment, increased visibility of the fragility of our food supply chain. That's really, I think, caused a few people to think as we've gone through this pandemic. So we could see targeted job creation, increased local food production, and managing risks to climate change. All this kind of leads towards good opportunities for youth to be working on the land with reducing risks around the City of Vancouver and setting up for longer-term food production. There's great programs that can be picked up and dropped in, such as Young Agrarians for increasing local local access to land for folks, for youth who are interested in farming, and of course not all are, but for those that are, it's a great opportunity. There's also some neat options around natural asset management, green infrastructure restoration and management, fire smart treatment. So again, all the good things that you'd want to do, and now that we've got a bunch of folks that we need to find job creation for, and we are trying to use the framing of job creation rather than recovery, because we aren't going back to something. We're hopefully going forward to something even better. And shifting a little bit to the next slide, BC Climate Aligned Stimulus Working Group, where I'm working closely with George Benson of Vancouver Economic Commission and Matt Horn of City of Vancouver. Over 2 weeks, we found about $1.5 billion of projects that are ready to go across BC, 184 potential projects. Since then, we've added about 70 or 80 new projects. But this will be finalized and report on this in August, and that will provide an opportunity to help inform provincial stimulus and Budget 2021 priorities, as well as funding program design for already allocated envelopes of funding. So please stay tuned with Vancouver Economic Commission, City of Vancouver staff on opportunities for further advocacy around that. Speaking of advocacy, of course, Councillor Carr has been, as well as Connor, has been participating in the UBCM Climate Committee, as have I. I'm going to blast through the highest level recommendations. UBCM is currently doing webinars, literally one as we speak and one tomorrow. So that's a great opportunity to hear more about these. On buildings, the highlight initiative is to build 100,000 new affordable homes that are zero emission, as well as doing a lot of retrofits, and at the same time setting up new opportunities for BC wood products. On transportation, we've really focused on low carbon vehicle charging networks, really significant increase in charging activity, as well as supports for retrofitting strata developments. On waste management, of course, an opportunity across all communities in BC, continuing the good work that the city is already doing on that. There are some neat opportunities that some folks have mentioned to me around the concept of recycling concierges in strata developments to try and get diversion rates up a little bit in that area. Of course, resilience is also part of this, not just mitigation. And there is an opportunity to continue to advocate and work with the province of BC to ensure that all local governments have the tools and resources to adopt risk management assessments and the associated long-term capital plans. This will require a significant amount of capital and unprecedented investments. As I mentioned earlier in the building section, of course, there's social mobilization. And the recommendation from the UBCM committee, again, led by this section, really leaning on Stephen Shepard's work, really driving to 10 different communities, engaging their citizens on local climate action with up to 10 climate champions. So really getting the ground game going. So that's the ground game, kind of the air game, as it were, governance, ongoing revitalization of the Green Communities Committee, which is the joint UBCM provincial committee to help communities move forward on climate action. I think there's a great opportunity to refresh the Climate Action Charter. And with that, I thank you, and I should be just under 10 minutes if the slide timers have worked right.
Amazing. Thanks a lot, Dale. Thanks to Karen and Neil as well for your presentations. We will now ask Council to get on the queue if they have any questions for all the presenters, including Connor and Roger will be available to support the Metro Vancouver, as well as George from the Vancouver Economic Commission to support Dale and the work there. So we'll go to the list of councillors for questions. On the queue, first up, we have Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you may go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Weeb, and thank you to all the presenters. I've been waiting for these presentations with bated breath, and I'm very happy to have received your specific recommendations, not only today, explained well, but in advance. Thank you for that, because we're on a really tight timeline to get this report approved before our summer break. So my first question is to Metro Vancouver regarding the need to reduce. Well, everybody talked about the need to retrofit homes and reduce the GHGs and the climate and the carbon emissions from buildings. Lots of people have talked about the importance of potentially benchmarking. In other words, determining what might be a maximum allowable emissions from a building of a certain size. I wonder if you could just explain what Metro Vancouver is doing in terms of pursuing the idea of benchmarking and how Metro Vancouver could be facilitating or helping municipalities like ours pursue this.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to call you Councillor Carr. So used to calling you Chair Carr. Can you answer that?
Sorry, it's Connor here. Thank you, Neil, and thanks through the chair. We are working very closely with City of Vancouver actually on our building energy and emissions performance study, and because it's something that we recognize is not only relevant region-wide, but there are also leaders within our region who are exploring opportunities to do benchmarking. And just to sort of explain a little bit about what this is, we recognize that from examples in other jurisdictions that by asking building owners, especially larger commercial buildings and large residential buildings, to measure and report their emissions, their energy use and their emissions on an annual basis, that's the first step towards a recognition of opportunities to become more efficient and to improve their systems. However, linked to benchmarking is, as Councillor Carr identified, there is a need to look at performance requirements. So that would be a regulatory approach that could be taken that follows directly from benchmarking. And it's an opportunity to level the playing field and to help building owners get to a more efficient building, a lower emitting building that is in line with the targets that we need to pursue as part of Climate 2050 for our region.
Okay, so our work is progressing, hopefully fast, I'm assuming. Thank you. I'm not sure if I've got my timer on, Councillor Weeb, so I'm just going to move.
You have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, so my next question is to Dale Littlejohn regarding what you mentioned. There's the recommendations of the UBCM Special Committee on Climate Action is hosting some webinars. I'm wondering if I think that there's one for big cities, but if you know about that, that would be great. And also, how would a city, how would councillors, a mayor and council, for example, provide, or the city itself provide input to those UBCM recommendations, and what's the kind of timeline on the input?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Yes, there is in fact a large community webinar tomorrow, Thursday the 30th, from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Information on that is available on the UBCM website and through the last version of the UBCM Compass email. I can provide further contact information in the chat. Arjun Singh, who has been chairing the committee, will go through in detail the recommendations. UBCM is also inviting written submissions on feedback to the recommendations. And again, that information is available on the UBCM website. And that information can be forwarded directly to Jared Wright, who is providing the staff support for that committee.
Excellent. Okay, that's good. I think I'm out of time, but again,
30 more seconds if you want.
Oh, 30 more seconds. So my final question is around the way in which information is going to be conveyed and how fast it can be conveyed around changes to projections around climate change, like sea level rise, which really does impact Vancouver in many critical areas. Like, what's the process or the timeline for the kind of information being passed on to cities?
And who is that to?
Well, it really came up, I think, under the maybe it was I think it came up under, I'm trying to see my notes here, Dale, presentation around, or maybe it was Metro around the increase, the idea that there's going to be a projected increase in the sea level rise.
I would defer to Metro Vancouver on that.
Yeah, so the sea level rise, and this is it's changing because what we're seeing is the Arctic and the Antarctic ice shelves, ice caps, are melting in different rates than projected. They're actually melting. They appear to be melting faster, and through different mechanisms. The different mechanism, there's two, but the most important one is that there's melting underneath the ice caps, which is something new that wasn't expected. So we're keeping a close eye on that. We'll be watching the science. We're still, we haven't, we haven't, and the community hasn't been able to identify what predicted sea level rise, but we expect that it will probably be more than the 1 meter that we're projecting right now.
Thank you. And the councillor is out of time. Councillor Boyle, you're up next, and I'll start your timer.
Thanks, Chair Weeb, and thank you to all of our speakers. I'm always grateful to hear more about what's happening in this file. My question is for all of the speakers. I'm just interested in hearing more on the equity piece of what you see being done really well and what else needs to be done in terms of how we better engage more underrepresented voices in the work that we're doing. What more can be done to make sure our climate action is focusing on lower income residents, is being done in many languages, and bringing more cultural communities into the conversation. So, interested from each of the places that you're doing this work on what you see being done really well and what else we need to be doing. Anyone can go first.
Through the chair, it's Connor Reynolds here at Metro Vancouver.
Thanks, Connor.
I would just say that, as we develop our Climate 2050 discussion papers, which you saw Neil mention during his presentation, we're proposing big ideas and goals and actions that are really delivering on our need to address the climate challenge. However, as we build those actions, and as we engage with stakeholders and get feedback on the proposed actions that we're looking at for not just our 30-year time horizon towards 2050 under the Climate 2050 strategy, but also in the near term, we have a clean air plan, which we're looking at near-term actions to reduce emissions. We're trying to take a very thoughtful approach to look at those actions through an equity lens and make sure that we're considering the impacts on all affected populations and unintended consequences of actions that we may be taking primarily from a climate perspective. So that will continue through the development of the roadmaps, the Climate 2050 roadmaps and the Clean Air Plan. And as Neil also mentioned, we intend for these roadmaps to be dynamic and responsive to new information that comes our way, including in the equity space.
Thanks, Connor. Dale or Karen, are there other pieces you'd add to that?
Sure, Dale here, and I think I'll focus on two elements. First, the UBCM Climate Committee recommendations regarding buildings. That was specifically to build 100,000 new units of affordable housing. That's both zero emissions and wood constructed. So there are opportunities out there to align with priorities of other orders of government while also addressing multiple considerations and priorities at the same time. So I think that was an interesting example from UBCM. On the transportation side, I think really having staff work through the very unique opportunities that we have right now around road space reallocation, providing different options to people, as well as ensuring that we're setting up, that we're using this time to set up transit for long-term success. So folks aren't forced to have a vehicle. Now, working from home isn't going to work for everyone. Some people need to be physically out there. It's hard to serve a beer from home. But for those who it does work for, that at least provides a little less stress on the system. The other transportation element that I didn't mention is electric vehicles can be perceived as rich people's toys. They do tend to be more expensive. However, there's some really neat opportunities given just the characteristics of them. I was talking with a Aboriginal housing manager up in Prince George who was building a new all-preserve housing development and was looking at including a couple of Nissan Leafs as a limited car share, because if you can get the capital together when you're building something large, then for a couple of EVs, then their operating cost is nearly nothing. So it can provide another safe and secure way of moving around for people. So that's where I'll leave it.
Okay, thanks. And Chair, maybe if we do another round of questions, I'll get to hear from Karen Wong-Tam on the same question. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Councillor Kirby-Young, I'll advance you on the queue. You're up.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentations. I appreciated it. I have just a couple questions, and the first one, I think it was the Metro crew had some thoughts around dining and working and other areas and road space reallocation. I'm just wondering from a city perspective, I didn't see mention around, I saw mention of working at home and supporting or enabling that with internet access, but I didn't see mention around sort of complete communities or land use planning. And I'm wondering if you had any commentary on that around, for example, ensuring smaller grocery stores or needs close to home or commercial units in development so that it could help reduce people's travel and the need for deliveries to combat that trend?
I can. This is Neil. So I can just start on that. One of the things that we will be looking at and is actually a cornerstone for our Climate 50 is land use planning, and through the regional growth strategy on complete communities to try and enhance communities where people don't need vehicles to get to either work or play or to the grocery store, that all the services are within basically complete community. That also helps out with the transportation planning, and our regional growth strategy, which is being updated right now, is also doing so in concert with TransLink's strategic plan.
Okay, and sort of, I appreciate that. That's a helpful context. And sort of following up on that, do you think that from a municipal perspective, that's, and given our sort of mandate, that's one of the key roles that we could play in terms of if we have to prioritize our climate efforts and work, that would have a significant outcome and payoff?
Well, absolutely. That we work very closely with all the municipalities around planning. We have the Regional Planning Advisory Committee that really focuses on that, and we feed off of the official community plans of our member jurisdictions and work that out. I'll just say that across the region, we have it's full buy-in right now on climate change, but also good community planning to support both transit, but also communities themselves.
Okay, that's great. That's helpful. I appreciate it. And then my other question, the time I have for the different groups of speakers, is we've got a number of recommendations that have been forwarded to this committee from these presentations this morning. There's quite a number of them. Our job's going to be to sort of vote and prioritize them. If there was one or two that you felt were the most important that Vancouver City Council could focus on, what would you choose of the list that you presented to us? Don't all jump in at once.
Karen, would you like to go first since you didn't get in on the last one?
Throw me the one that's like choosing your favorite child. I feel like we've really distilled it down to what the key priorities are already. And I think that having to choose one or two is also really difficult because it really does require a holistic approach, especially if the long-term vision and goal is to meet your greenest city and climate emergency action plans. And I think that the recommendations that I've discussed here do speak to a lot of the same commitments and actions that are aligned with what you have laid out in your big moves and your greenest city action plan goals. So that's my cop-out answer.
Okay. I was just sort of asking in terms of if we have to do something first, or if we have limited resources, what do we do in what order, or what has the biggest payoff? But I appreciate the answer. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Dale here. I'll try to be quick. I mean, there are some things that you can be doing on climate action embedded in other processes, such as the overall citywide planning process. I think there's a lot that you can do within that process that doesn't necessarily have to be a separate initiative that can be going on, in parallel with things. I think, again, using this unique time that we're in and the new opportunities that exist out there to really figure out the nexus of land use, working from home, mobility choices, and things like that. I think that's it's not one that's got a lot of really clear answers just yet, but there's huge potential around that. And then, of course, proceeding with all the great work that staff are already doing around figuring out buildings and especially existing buildings.
Okay, that's
perfect.
time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. I really learned a lot, and I really, really appreciate that you guys are in there doing this work. I don't know if this is municipal or not, but I have a lot of friends in the hotel industry who are all unemployed, and it doesn't look like the hotel industry is going to get back again soon. And I'm thinking a lot of the hotel industry is driven by things like flying around in planes and sailing around on cruise ships, which produce a lot of GHGs. So I'm wondering if you guys have thought about any ways that COVID could be used to try and reduce the demand for this type of industry and replace it with something else so those folks could get good work.
Councillor Swanson, is that a specific question to one of the applicants?
Anybody that's been thinking about it, or if nobody has, that's fine. Just say no, and
I'll jump in quickly. I mean, there's really specific opportunities out there for short-term transitions, but for long-term employment, it is more difficult. And there's a lot of communities, particularly the tourism-based ones like Squamish, that are really sitting with us and really looking at how you diversify the local economy. But I don't have any compelling answers right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Swanson, this is George Benson from the VEC. As part of the working group outreach that we've been doing, one of the early groups we wanted to speak with was Tourism Vancouver to understand better how they were grappling with some of the questions that you're asking. I think one of the most hopeful things we've heard in those conversations is the sort of mega regional efforts across Sea to Sky and Fraser Valley to better coordinate on sustainable destination development, which would be, I think, in the spirit of what you're describing, a decarbonized tourism sector that's more focused on either slower travel or more local travel. Those efforts are very early days, but in this work, we're keen to highlight that there are initiatives like that and others that can be helpful in decarbonizing that industry, both in its immediate presence and in its more like the folks that are coming in, as well. That's a way to build resilience in that sector in the long term to prepare for any future, mega shocks like the COVID-19 crisis. So just to say that Tourism Vancouver is doing great work there, and certainly from the Commission's perspective, we're keen to support that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. I have myself up on the queue. First question is to Karen. You talked about rebuilding the retrofit economy and that the incentives really worked during the last recession. What are some of those key incentives, and what's the learnings we learned from the last phase of this, and what do you think we should really focus on moving forward on the incentivizing the retrofit economy?
Thanks for the question. The incentives that were provided in 2008 recession came both from the province and also from the federal government. And what we saw was around 20% reductions of emissions and about 1% of buildings across the province, homes and buildings that actually took advantage of the incentives. What we learned from that is that there was quite an increase in the retrofit economy represented through, say, the growth in energy advisors. These are folks who go into people's homes and do audits of where emissions reductions and what kinds of improvements could be done in a home or building. And at one point, we saw over 200 energy advisors across the province. And then subsequently, when the programs were reduced, the number of energy advisors across the province went down to about a tenth of that. So the other lesson that we learned, though, is that 20% reductions in emissions is not enough, as we've heard today, to meet our climate goals. We really need to be looking at how do we move to pretty well near zero emissions buildings, homes and buildings as close as possible. And the numbers that I showed in terms of how many homes and buildings and commercial square footage needs to be renovated is significant. That's 3%, but it's things like 30,000 homes, 20,000 apartment units, and 3 million square meters of commercial space every year. So the level of effort needs to be sustained and it needs to be quite high. And hence the recommendation for the city to maintain its incentives that are topping up what the province is providing. Because if incentive levels are too low, we're just not seeing the level of emissions reductions that need to be tackled.
Thank you for that. I guess a follow-up to George on that for the Vancouver Economic Commission. Where is the Vancouver Economic Commission in supporting the retrofit economy, and where do we see Vancouver being a key player in this?
Thank you very much, Councillor Wiebe. We are very much supporters of, as Karen is saying from Pembina, of continuing the course and rolling out the retrofit policies and pathways that are already in development. I think a few pieces here. One is the policy pathways building on the STEP code and its implementation in the Zero Emission Building Plan in Vancouver. We have to continue to leverage those lessons and drive more concerted action in the retrofit space with a clear policy pathway that has an unfolding over the next few years. It has to have a sense of progression for industry to keep up with it. That doesn't mean we want to sort of lay off the brakes and take our time, but we want to roll that out in such a way that we have sufficient capacity for high quality, consumer-ready projects to be undertaken and delivered properly. I think beyond the policy pathway, there's a ton of capacity building we need to do on the labor force side. And I think you've heard that from a number of folks here that we have general contractors and tradespeople that still need a little bit more knowledge if they're going to be successful at those high quality retrofits that are going to leave consumers happy and pleased that they're doing the work. And then also on the equipment side, though, there's a lack of availability in some cases for, say, certain models of electric heat pumps or other pieces of technology in buildings. And VEC is very much focusing on trying to ease those supply chain challenges, whether that's making introductions to our suppliers with other global organizations or companies. VEC was in Copenhagen last year for the C40 Climate Summit. We were also doing a trade mission to speak with high performance manufacturers throughout Europe and let them know what was going on in Vancouver so that they could be coming here and linking up with our suppliers. So VEC is generally very supportive of this. We want to see the policies continue and strengthen. And then I think the most meaningful place we can play a role is the capacity building side, where we can help spread information and train our companies as well as our folks. And then also, as you may have all seen last year, we did a big piece of research on the positive economic impacts of the Zero Emission Building Plan and the STEP Code in Greater Vancouver area. So we found that there was over $3 billion in new demand being created in high performance building products across the region as a result of this implementation. We want to continue to understand the impacts on new buildings, as well as do research eventually on those economic impacts in the retrofit sector as well. So as those policies get developed, we can start to do that research, signal to the market, here's what's coming, here's what it means for you in terms of dollars and unit demand, and that's going to be part of our capacity building approach.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that response. Councillor Boyle, we're going to need another round, or a vote or a motion to do another round of questions. Are you looking to put that forward?
I am looking to put that forward, Chair Weed.
Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Okay, all opposed say nay. Councillor Boyle, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, and I'm just hoping to get to hear from Karen Tamwu on the same question about what we're seeing done well on the equity front and where else we need to be pushing to do better.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I would say in terms of where things could be done better, reaching across cultures and across languages is something that not just the city, but the province and federally, we could all be doing better. Just translating policy and programs and communicating that into a certain language does not mean that we're actually engaging with those populations. And I think as you look around at who are some of the folks who are working on climate issues, there's a predominant demographic, and it's really underrepresented in terms of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and those who are visibly non-white are not as engaged in the conversation as need to be, and engaged in action and understanding their contribution and their role that they can play. In terms of what's happening that's well, I feel like targeting those, as Dale and others had mentioned, low-income families and households in buildings is a great area to be focused on. But one of the things that we could improve on is how to remove the barriers, particularly around procurement, to enable social housing to move forward with high energy efficiency and zero emissions renovations, as well as new construction. And the same would go towards any kind of improvements that are done to public buildings like community centers and schools. The procurement process is one of those barriers to doing the kind of deep renovations or new construction that meets the highest levels of efficiency and low carbon emissions.
Great, thank you for all of that. Anyone else, George Benson, or I just wonder in my time if there's anyone else on the line with anything else to add. I really appreciate the point about moving beyond translation to real engagement too.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. This is George Benson. Yeah, I think it's obviously a critical question in the context of climate change writ large. We know without a shadow of a doubt that the poorest and most vulnerable communities in the world will be and are the first to experience the negative impacts of climate change, whether that's the physical impacts or economic losses associated with transitions due to decarbonization. thinking, of course, of the just transition being a mandate and a necessity to protect those who are most vulnerable to those economic transitions. In terms of what's going well, I think if we look at the sort of Vancouver ecosystem here, I would say that I'm particularly inspired by the work of a lot of youth-led grassroots organizations. So Shades of Sustainability is a BIPOC-led organization, informal collaboration that's doing engagement around sustainability and climate action in different communities of color across the country or across the city, and with a particular focus on newcomers. There's the Hua Foundation, of course, which is a long-standing player in that space. The Vancouver Global Shapers are doing some interesting work on Black Lives Matter and how that relates to sustainability. I would say that in general, in terms of that, as Karen from Pembina is saying, that move from translation to action, the desire to get young voices of, particularly of people in communities of color, to bring them to the table and ask, or rather co-design what sustainability interventions are of interest. I think that's some of the most inspiring work going across the region. I think the city's work out of the climate emergency resolution with the climate and equity working group is another great example. Still looking forward to seeing more of their recommendations and work coming out. And I think maybe to the working group that Dale and I from CEA are working on, the perspective we took there to really focus on equity was twofold. One was to be led by the demographic data about where impacts were being felt the most. So reaching out to organizations like the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, Loco BC for small retailers, trying to reach out to unions and other folks that are working on the front lines and understand what were their stakeholders and members looking for, key pieces of trying to ensure that we were, as best we could with our limited resources, represent some of those impacted demographics. And then to ensure that we're bringing equity above and beyond engagement, we've really tried to think about the funding recommendations of this work such that we are incorporating long-standing leaders in the equity space. So thinking of Bisocial Canada, Exchange Intercity, understanding their work on social equity through the Vancouver CDA and then other community economic benefits frameworks. We've tried to draw on that experience to ensure that we bring as much as possible an equity perspective to this co-benefits approach of stimulus, recovery, and climate that we hope the province will adopt, and of course Vancouver is already working towards.
Great. Thank you, all of you, for those thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you so much. My first question is around the coordination of asks to senior governments by municipalities. The UBCM Climate Committee actually is one of those processes. Are there others, and how do we coordinate amongst the municipalities to make the asks much more focused and hopefully productive? So coordination.
This is Neil at Metro Vancouver. So Metro Vancouver has sent letters to the federal government and the provincial government on coordination of COVID-19 recovery with low carbon support. So really focusing on building a low carbon future now with stimulus. We have had really good discussions with both the federal and provincial governments. I would just say we haven't had the hard commitments that we would like, but we certainly have seen the move in that direction, and we have encouraged all our member municipalities to do the same.
Okay, so you're coordinating regionally. That's fantastic. And
it's Roger Kwan. I just thought I'd add to what Neil just said there. I think with respect to coordinating the ask amongst the member jurisdictions, you've heard me talk at Climate Action Committee about the fact that we have a number of advisory committees that involve member jurisdictions. So we have something called a Regional Engineers Advisory Committee, Climate Protection Subcommittee. The name just rolls off my tongue. But, we have been having those discussions in terms of the collective advocacy in terms of the ask. We've been putting together project lists. We've been sharing those amongst the member jurisdictions. So we think that having a collective voice is certainly going to be more compelling and powerful in terms of, a coordinated ask. So we are having those conversations across the region with all the member municipalities.
Excellent. And UBCM is doing that coordination, correct? Dale, the UBCM, right?
Yeah. So there, of course, UBCM is soliciting a lot of input from all its members to try and coordinate the longer-term, powerful UBCM policy, which will drive UBCM advocacy over the next few years. Short-term, there's the work that we're doing with George Benson, Matt Horn, and Connor Reynolds on climate aligned stimulus to inform the more immediate stuff. And of course, behind all this is both the BC Municipal Climate Leadership Council, which Councillor Boyle participates in, and the BC Climate Caucus, which again, both are trying to coordinate. So there's a lot of coordination happening out there. Generally, things are going in the same direction, so that's the good news.
Oh, that is good. Okay, I just have two other questions. A very fast answer is what I'm looking for, Mr. Carley. Climate action is driven by science. I mean, good climate action and policy. You and I were in Berlin together last fall to hear from scientists. Tell us what one outstanding bit of science was that impacted you that we heard at that meeting.
The most impactful was the projections for temperature rise, especially in the Middle East, hitting 50, 55 degrees. It's almost you can't live in that type of heat, and it'll be pretty serious. That's what got me.
Yeah, I have to agree. That one really got me too. Okay, so for all three of you, so science can be daunting, and you're doing such incredibly good work. What keeps giving you hope?
If I can start, what gives me hope is the willingness of, or the support that we're seeing across the board for climate action, both mitigation and adaptation in the community, by industry, and by our member municipalities, and also the provincial and federal governments. Everybody seems to be aligned.
Karen?
The fortune of good genes and being born of eternal optimist. But I would also say that how I have seen governments and communities and individuals come together around the pandemic to solve an issue, I hope that we can, there's been so many parallels drawn between how we deal with the pandemic and the climate crisis. And so hopefully we can actually take the lessons that we've learned and mobilize them into sustained climate action as well.
And Dale, quickly.
There's three things that give me hope. Technology, we've got a line of sight on vehicles. Policy, we've got a line of sight on new buildings. And the great work that councillors and mayors and directors such as yourselves are doing every day, as well as the fundamental shift that we've seen in massively more capacity within local governments over the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Swanson, you're up.
Yeah, I think this one is for Mr. Littlejohn. You said that we needed 10,000 wood housing units. I wonder if you could talk about why wood. Is that just for Metro? Is there a format or a model for the best type of building climate-wise? Like, would it be an apartment building? Would it be a bunch of little houses? How many stories? Do you have information about high-rises, and are they good for climate? And what is the cost of these wood buildings compared to costs of buildings made out of other materials?
Okay, wow, that's a lot.
Sorry.
So what I mentioned was the Union of BC Municipalities signature recommendation on buildings, which is to, over the next 10 years, build 100,000 new affordable housing units that are zero emission and would construct it along with retrofitting about 500,000 buildings, with at least half of those being zero emissions. The reason why UBCM constructed the recommendation like this was to bridge the different regions of BC. If we talk just about affordable housing, that tends to be perceived as a metro thing in places like Dawson Creek or Smithers. So having that wood constructed in there, and there's a lot of great expertise in BC with new advanced mass timber construction techniques that could then be exported. So that's the reason why that's in there, is to kind of bridge and to build local economy for export. In terms of what type of building is best for climate, I don't think there's a simple answer to that, because it depends on a lot of elements on how the building's built and how it fits into the overall fabric of the community and what's around the building.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to advance myself onto the queue. My first question is to Neil, and that's recognizing that the main role we have in land use and that we need to increase our forest cover. And I know then some of the reports talking about having an urban forest cover of 40% at Metro. But obviously there's land issues with the need for industrial lands, residential and others. So how does Metro see us moving forward as a region to ensure we're acquiring enough land to have the urban forest cover needed to have a resilient cities and region moving in the future?
There's actually two questions in that. The first is, how do we promote urban forest cover, which can happen on all sorts of different lands, but recognizing that it is much more difficult on developed lands such as industrial or commercial or that. So that's where our regional growth strategy comes in, working with all the municipalities to make sure that we protect the lands that we need to protect, which are natural lands, but also agriculture, and making sure that we have enough industrial that's to support the region. So it's really the regional growth strategy that we look at that.
Okay, and then the second, how do we get our urban forest cover up to the 40% and find ways to regionally do carbon sequestration?
Again, there's two questions in that. So getting the covers, working with the municipalities and private owners that we can protect land as we're developing. We can actually set aside land to protect. Metro Vancouver itself, we're assembling land for regional parks and expanding our regional park system. And COVID-19 has really shown the benefits of parks and access to nature by our citizens. The second is around carbon sequestration. Technically, we can do a lot with natural ecosystems, but we are going to have to rely on engineered carbon capture. There's two types that we're seeing. One is directly out of stacks that are using combustion, and this is becoming almost proven technology. It's being used on the prairies right now and at a very large scale. And then the other is on carbon capture through just from the ambient air. But the real question ends up, what do you do with the captured CO2, and how do you prevent it from getting back into the atmosphere? And that's being worked on.
Thank you very much. My next question is for Dale, and talked about kind of the circular city strategy stuff on having zero waste hubs and compost facilities in municipalities. I'm just wondering how we work with regional districts on having smaller hubs for ensuring that we can divert as much as possible, and having repair cafes and all the elements to reduce the amount of waste that we're doing as a society. And my second question to you would be on the social mobilization, and what models have you seen be successful?
Okay. Would it be okay if I answered the second one first? I may want to defer the first one to Metro Vancouver, given they are a regional district.
Yep.
So on social mobilization, there's been a few examples, including some of the cool North Shore examples that have led to a significant number of retrofits. There's been some really good work out in places like Nelson, BC, as well as the City of New Westminster. I think there's a lot more to be done. I think we've just scratched the very surface of what could be done with social mobilization in terms of getting folks out kind of at the neighborhood level to engage there. And Stephen Shepard out at UBC has done a fair bit of research around this.
Okay, and I guess the first question was to Neil, kind of looking at some of the conversations about having more municipal run resource extraction and seeing waste as a resource, but handling that within the municipalities. How do you see Metro and the municipalities working to ensure those projects can move forward?
The very first is through the circular economy that we're coordinating both here in the region, but also nationally through the Zero Waste Council. So really pushing the circular economy. Second is that our solid waste group is doing a lot of outreach and working with both municipalities, but also I'll call it industry, but it's looking at how do we repair and reuse materials rather than just sending them for either recycling, which is good, well, it's okay, or to the landfill, which is bad. So we're hitting it both with the municipalities and with practitioners.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate all the speakers. That's all the questions from councillors. I think it was very informative. We have a lot of work to do, and I really appreciate everyone taking the time, not only for the presentations and the work to lead up to that, but the ongoing work on this issue. So thanks, everyone, for coming to speak today and for staying around and answering questions. We will now move on to the potential recommendations arising from the presentations. And this will be led by Councillor Karen Daminato, who will lead the discussion. As a reminder, any motions or amendments need to be provided to the clerk in writing prior to the discussion per 8.1 of the procedure bylaw. Councillor Karen Daminato, are you ready to move on to item 2 of our agenda today?
More or less. Council, I think you know it's very tight in terms of the timelines on these meetings. And so the recommendations have been voted on, or at least scored by I think all of you. Councillor Fry, did we get 10 of 11 responses? Is that what we got on the voting on the first set of votes?
That is correct. We got 10 responses.
Okay. So we'll have to just, we didn't get everyone, but we almost got everyone in responding. So the process for that was that Councillor Fry, well, let me put on public record. The recommendations were recommendations that arose from presentations, and not just from presentations themselves, but from the Q&A sessions that followed each presentation and the following discussions we had in these meetings amongst ourselves, identifying potential recommendations. Those were all recorded and then put forward in a survey, many thanks to Cheryl Rowley and Jillian and Pete Fry for working on that survey, which you all received. And as I say, all but one of you responded back on with the scores from 0 to 6. 0 being no support to 6 being the most support for each one of those points. So I just received this morning the analysis from those surveys. I'm just going through it. There's a fair number right now that I can see that are, so on this particular survey, it would be 60 would be the maximum that anything could get. I haven't seen a 60 yet. I've seen a 56. So I'm not quite finished my analysis. Meanwhile, you have yesterday received the recommendations that would arose out of the presentations today. They arose prior to today because thankfully all the presenters actually sent in their recommendations ahead of time. So I did this morning send out the survey form on that. Maybe people could acknowledge that they got it. Somebody could just say, yes, I got it in my inbox. It would have been done again this morning. People can check that okay, so everybody's got it. So that you have to vote on that in order for us to be able to complete our recommendations, our analysis of recommendations. My suggestion is that you take the time to do that. Meanwhile, because the sooner you get those voting polls in, the sooner Councillor Fry can actually analyze and summarize, tabulate those results, and then we can compile it into the final report. The final report is our consideration this afternoon, but my suggestion, Chair Wiebe, is that we actually allow councillors to have the time to vote now, giving Councillor Fry more time to be able to analyze the results and then move into incorporating them into the report, all of which is on a fairly tight time schedule. And so I don't think it's going to take councillors anything more than half an hour to actually complete that survey. It's a much shorter survey than the first one. Would anybody object to being given a half an hour now to complete that survey?
Councillor Carr, I think I'll ask if there's any questions first from the committee, just on kind of the process we're at right now, and then given our time, we could break early and allow the committee members to vote on those recommendations and then have a longer lunch, and then we could come back at 1 o'clock.
Right. And just to one last piece of edification, the working group, the 5 of us involved in producing the report and the surveys, etc., do have a scheduled meeting at lunch to go over incorporating the last of the data into the report. So that's a noon to 1 meeting.
Okay, so I will ask, is there any questions from any of the councillors on our current process? And do we have, does Dominato, Lisa, would you like to speak to the current item?
I just to say that I think it's a good suggestion at this point to break so that we can finish the survey and then reconvene at 1 as you suggested. I think, and then we can finalize the report. But I don't have any questions or further comments.
Perfect. I have Councillor Hardwick on the queue, so we'll get questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, you're up.
Yes, I was just asking for further clarification that if we recess now, we're able to take the survey, complete that, then take lunch from 12 to 1. I understand the committee would be working over the lunch period, and then we would reconvene at 1 p.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
I'm in.
Perfect. Do we have any other councillors that have? Councillor Carr, you're up.
It's not a question as much as a piece of information. The report is completely drafted except for the input of the data, and I believe that could be done if councillors finish the final survey in the next half hour. I think that we can, maybe Councillor Fry can weigh in on this too, because he does the analysis, but I think we can have a completed report with all the data in it into council's hands prior to the 1 o'clock start.
Sounds good. Councillor Fry.
Sorry, since I was invited to comment on that, is there going to be a deadline for folks to complete this then? Because I do need a little bit of time to set that up. Can I suggest?
Can we do a deadline of 11:45, giving councillors 35 minutes to complete it, and then we'll have a 15-minute break, and then the committee can meet from 12 to 1. But we'll be back officially at 1 o'clock after our lunch break. Can I have a motion to move?
Motion to recess?
Yeah, until 1 p.m.
Until 1
All
p.m.
in, beautiful. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
All opposed say nay. We are recessed until 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we will reconvene the CCRC meeting, and we'll move on to item 3, which is the CCRC final report and recommendations. The CCRC working group, which involves Councillor Carr, Dominato, Boyle, Fry, and Kirby-Young, will be providing an update and will be working towards a final CCR report. Is there any of the councillors from this committee on the call?
It's Councillor Kirby-Young, Chair Weep. And I hear Councillor Fry as well.
Councillor Boyle as well.
Okay. Are any of the councillors allowed to quickly describe the process, and so that we can wait for the final report and just kind of so we can move on?
Yep, I'm happy to do that, unless anyone else would like to, but I can speak to it at high level.
Perfect. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay. So obviously in a fairly responsive way, in spirit with the Council COVID Response Committee, we're turning around a quick report in order to fulfill the terms of reference. But for everybody's reminder that this was the Council COVID Response Committee was struck by a joint motion submitted by Councillors Carr and Councillors Dominato for a series of meetings in order for Council to provide some direction and shape the Council COVID response, not just immediately in the short term, but in terms of looking forward as we reshape and reopen and rebuild the city. And subsequently, Council voted on and identified a number of topics. There were about half a dozen topics that we heard from different invited delegations and had presentations from, ranging from things like climate and an adaptive resilient response to the importance of economic recovery to housing and homelessness. So we have completed those series of sessions and presentations. And then per the terms of reference, the committee is scheduled to conclude its life at this point by July 31st. This is our final meeting prior to that. And the recommendations have all been compiled into a report that Council will be considering shortly. Just to remind councillors of the process and how that will sketch out, this is a report that will be received for information. The report, per the terms of reference, will be provided to the city manager with direction that staff evaluate these and bring them forward to Council with various recommendations to identify where work may already be underway, where this can shape and strengthen some work, and what budget implications there may be for the upcoming budget process that Council will be undertaking. So it is a fairly short turnaround time. There were a lot of recommendations that resulted, so I would encourage Council to recognize that, and that the work of the committee was really striving to identify what the top focused areas were, and also to delineate the responses very clearly between what the City of Vancouver could and should be doing within its own ability to act, and where the City of Vancouver should be taking a strong advocacy role, because it was really the purview, responsibility, and required assistance from senior levels of government. And so that's how the recommendations have been broken out, that Councillor Carr will walk through in more detail when she takes the committee through the report. So that's, I think, a bit of an overview. And then after today, at this point, the committee will have officially concluded its work and fulfilled its mandate if Council accepts the committee. And there does remain an option by a future motion of Council to reconstitute the committee at a future date if that is deemed to be beneficial. Is there anything else, Councillor Boyle or Councillor Fry, that you'd like to add that you think I may have missed in terms of process?
Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry.
I think Councillor Kirby-Young did a pretty good job of capturing that. Certainly, we've through some of the iteration of all these and voting, I think it's given us a pretty good view of capturing some of what we see as priorities based on what we've been told, and I think that's possibly even a direction we can move further on in the future. And hopefully, we don't have to revisit this COVID committee as a response to a second wave or something like that. But if we do, I think this was a pretty useful approach.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Boyle seems pretty happy with the process as is, and appreciates Kirby-Young and Fry for their words.
Yes, I don't have anything to add. I think that covered it well. Thanks, Chair Weed.
You're welcome. We are still waiting on the Adrian Clark to come forward with the final recommendation. Karen, are you on the call and would you be able to provide a staff's perspective on how this process went, just to give more insight to people trying to get an understanding of how this process has worked and how the outcomes will come forward?
Yes, I am, Councillor Wiebe. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'd be happy to. So staff's been involved from the outset in this work, in that we worked with the two movers of the original motion, Councillors Dominato and Carr, to develop a terms of reference for the committee. And that was our first involvement. And then we've been supporting it just to make sure the work of the committee is aligned with the work of staff. Staff has a pretty extensive COVID-19 recovery program underway, and we've had that probably since about week 4 or 5 of the COVID pandemic. And we wanted to make sure that the work you all are doing through this committee was properly aligned with the work that staff was doing. And I'm pleased to say it's very aligned, and it's gone very well from our perspective. In terms of where the work of the COVID Recovery Committee goes from here, you're going to see in the report a recommendation of how that will work. But from our perspective, basically the recommendations that the COVID Recovery Committee heard from your speakers are going to be amalgamated in your report, and then that report will come to the city manager, who will make sure that staff incorporates the recommendations and considerations into our work streams for evaluation. So not necessarily for implementation, because at this point they are just a collection of ideas for the most part. And council will see the results of that staff work back in 2 different ways. We anticipate writing a single report responding to the CCRC final report, coming to council no later than the end of January 2021. And that report will respond to each recommendation. We'll give council an idea of whether we're already working on this item, and what we're doing if we are, whether we believe we should start working on it if we're not already. And finally, we might have some recommendations to say where we recommend we not advance work on a specific item, and we'll give you a rationale for why not. So that would be an overarching covering report. And then the second stream through which you'll see responses to these recommendations is through all the various work streams and reports that we bring back to council over the coming many, many months, because a lot of the recommendations you heard from speakers are in fact things we are already working on and are incorporated into our work plan. So we will be, making that CCRC intersect and reference as we bring that work back over the coming, say, 18 months. So from our perspective, it all went really well. It was a good experience. Thanks.
Thanks. You appreciate that, and appreciate all the staff's work on this. Adrian, are you ready to move forward here with CCR Working Group's recommendations?
Yes, I am. And apropos of the thanks and credit that Karen just provided to staff, I just have to say that Cheryl Rowley deserves just so much praise from everyone. She is busily completing all the input of data that Pete Fry analyzed, and and she's putting it into a format that a PDF format that you will all receive, she says, within 10 minutes. So she's been amazing. So let me start by saying that actually I think this whole process has been amazing and very collaborative, and a great learning experience, and particularly valuable, I think, to me, working not only closely with fellow councillors, but also with staff. Karen Levitt has been an absolute amazing person to work with, and her team. So I just want to make it just clear on the record that this has been, I think, a very fruitful process. I'm going to take us back to the beginning, council, or committee members rather, just to state for you. I'm going to go through the report that you are going to all have in your hands shortly. But it does start with simply restating the purpose of this Council COVID Recovery Committee, and that it was a unanimously supported motion that then moved on to having a unanimous support around terms of reference regarding our mandate and scope. And our mandate and scope was set from the beginning to seek, share, and discuss information regarding COVID pandemic response and business and community recovery planning, with the primary focus on recovery itself. to hear from a selection of speakers and stakeholders on a range of themes and to provide recommendations for council decision. So all of this is going to come back to council in a formal council meeting. Our primary focus in consultations and discussions, we really need to acknowledge that we really need to emphasize that the work of the committee was not just guided by our terms of reference, but by core questions that we ourselves developed and again unanimously supported. What steps can the City of Vancouver take to support businesses reopening, residents returning to work and play? How can we plan recovery to create a new, better normal that leaves our city better off, including advancing action on emergencies such as housing affordability and climate? And specifically, how can our recovery plan in the city rebuild a more resilient and sustainable local economy with a specific focus on small business and local jobs, foster a healthier, more just and people-friendly city, increase resiliency citywide to prepare for future waves of COVID-19 pandemic and other emergencies, and advance goals of service excellence, sustainable and green practices, and housing affordability. We also made it clear with our overall questions that we wanted to ensure we differentiated what recovery plans and actions can the city take within our powers and capacity, and what do we need to advocate for. So through all of our work, we've been clear about differentiating that, and the final report does provide our comment on recommendations, again, that have that differentiation. Finally, we wanted to look at what practices have we adopted as a result of the pandemic that we should consider amplifying to improve service delivery and urban planning. So as you know, we are a committee of the whole. We've met every 2 weeks. Our meetings are clerked. Thank you, clerks. Minuted and live streamed. And we didn't receive speakers from the general public, but did receive invited presentations. I very much appreciate that we had the formal support from the City Clerk's office, including our assistants and additional support by the Deputy City Manager, Karen Levitt, and her staff, which has been amazing. The terms of reference did allow us to develop interim recommendations to Council that could have been advanced by a motion from the CRC. We did not advance such recommendations, and it's my belief that the work was intense as it was, and our work as councillors as a whole was so intense over this last 2 months that those kinds of recommendations did not arise. And the terms of reference require that we do provide a report by July 31st in order that they be evaluated, the different recommendations. I also want to just note that there was a lot of work was done collaboratively, starting off with myself and Lisa Dominato, Councillor Dominato, who were your liaisons with staff working closely with the City Clerk's office and Karen Levitt. But then you also appointed a 3-person subcommittee of Councillors Boyle, Fry, and Kirby Young to facilitate the prioritization of topics that we focused on, which we did through a ranked ballot, which was rather fun. And that subcommittee was then tasked by all of you to work with myself and Councillor Dominato to identify the speakers, determine the scheduling, and basically draft the end of July report, so the remaining work of this committee. Our substantive work was accomplished in 6 meetings. The report contains the topics and all the speakers. It contains links to the video recording of the meetings, as well as links to all the presentations. So anyone reading this report, which will be available, of course, on the city's website, can link to any of the meetings and minutes from those. The presenters that we invited provided us with recommendations. They really aren't our recommendations. They are recommendations arising from our work through presenters, both in delivering in online to us, and also submitting, in many cases, their PowerPoints or other materials for our assessment. So the process we've been undergoing especially through the quote voting, has been really our assessment of the recommendations that have been raised to us. It's really, so just so you know, the number of recommendations was 148 in total. And we obviously were surveyed on the degree to which we support the recommendations on a scale from 0, which was no support, to 6, which is the highest support. And all of those recommendations and those surveys are actually appended to the document. Many kudos to, again, Cheryl Rowley, my assistant, and to Pete Fry, and to Karen Levitt's office, Jillian in particular, who prepared the actual surveys, which I think was a lot of work, and also to Councillor Fry for analyzing the results of those. So the surveys and results are there. They'll be appended. Anybody can see them with the scores. There are scores, other like histograms with actually how many votes there are. They're all anonymized, and they're all anonymized. Sorry, I can't even think of how to pronounce that word. I'm so tired. But there's no specific councillors' names attached to any of that. So the data, and when the data is aggregated, of course, that disappears anyway. If it had been there, but it wasn't anyway. We didn't get all of the members of this committee voting. There were 10 who voted on the first set of recommendations, which was everything up to today. So the maximum scores that if everyone voted or ranked a recommendation with the highest score would have been 66, but there were so there were if there were 11 of us, so there was 10, and that would have been 60. And then on this survey that we just completed over our lunch break, 9 members of this committee voted. So the highest score is a 9 times 6, which is 54. So you'll see the numbers in there. The raw data, as I say, is all included, and the result of that, which has just been the most recent work we've completed, is that 41 recommendations were actually supported by near consensus. That is within 5 points of being the maximum that could have been achieved by everyone voting the top level of support. So out of the 41 recommendations, 23 were related to the first set of surveys that we did. So on our first topics, that would be topics on overall recovery, economic recovery in complete communities, municipal government roles and responses, and housing and homelessness. Of those, those would be the first 10 points. So 23 recommendations were for those different categories. There were 41 recommendations in total that were near consensus, but those were within 10 points, not 5 points, of being a perfect score. And of the in all of those recommendations for those first 4 categories, 5 of them received scores of 55 or more out of a possible 60. And all of those were actions of city advocacy with senior governments, not within our own powers. So those were to increase federal funding for housing with COVID recovery stimulus spending and moving the federal 10-year national housing strategy funding forward to now, reinvigorating a national co-op housing program, pushing for a split-class commercial tax assessment, continuing to provide lowest-cost funding through CMHC for non-market housing, and enacting a federal housing first policy similar to Finland, which is aimed at eliminating homelessness and includes wraparound social services. So those were our top ranked recommendations. Of the 18 other recommendations on overall recovery, economic recovery, complete communities, municipal government roles, and housing and homelessness that received the next sort of highest category of ranking, 50 to 54 points out of a total of 60 points possible. 14 were specific to the city taking action within our powers. And those were valuing diversity and equitability, equitability, that's what spells, in your report will make a change, low carbon and circular economy, working together on improved implementation of a safe supply of drugs, working together on specific numbers of child care spaces, working together on climate adaptation and mitigation, and all levels working in collaboration with the nonprofit sector for safe, secure, affordable housing with an aggressive stimulus funding strategy, keeping building more non-market co-op and supportive housing with the city making land available and including the province delivering 600 more units of modular housing for each of the next 3 years, working together with mutual respect, dignity, and recognition of Indigenous peoples' rights, not consultation, mitigating climate change by making climate action a core feature of recovery plans and stimulus funding, recognizing that women are an important component of recovery and using that a feminist lens is key, focusing housing policies on solutions for those who are most at risk and negatively affected by COVID, the homeless as well as the low and moderate income households, reviewing VAHA in terms of the number and timing on delivery of housing projects, recognizing that while building new housing is important, it is also critical to maintain and protect currently affordable rental housing, and streamlining and expediting development approvals for nonprofit and social housing. So those were our first sets of topics. Today we looked at recommendations related to recovery planning and climate emergency. There were 41 recommendations that you supported by near consensus. 6 of those receiving 50 to 54 out of a maximum of 54 points. And those recommendations are working with Metro Vancouver to manage our solid and liquid wastes as resources, providing operating and capital funding for transit systems, investing in active transportation and transit priority infrastructure, building 100,000 new affordable housing units that are zero emission and wood constructed, maximizing opportunities to generate clean energy and finding new ways to use what is now considered to be waste there's a typo in the report, to maximize opportunities to generate clean energy and find new ways to use what is now considered to be waste as a resource, ensuring that all BC local governments have the tools and resources to adopt risk assessments and associated long-term capital plans by 2030. Only one of those recommendations related to city action, the rest advocacy with senior governments. 12 recommendations on the climate emergency topic received between 45 and 49 points. 5 of those related to city action and the remainder to advocacy. So those are recognizing that there will be no recovery without significant public investment. The private sector will not bounce back on its own. Include child care and address women's equity in recovery planning. Women are largely responsible for home care and homeschooling. Stimulus funding to align with municipal needs, homelessness, housing, and climate action. New financing tools that help make local governments more resilient to future crises, such as an access to gas tax funding, a share of income tax, progressive property taxation, land value capture, a portion of property transfer tax, and expanding borrowing powers. Financial help. Cities deliver key services, are underfunded, and must balance their budgets. Support the digitization of our neighborhood main streets in a manner similar to that of the Digital Main Street online shopping program in Toronto. Support the BizMap marketing tool that compares neighborhood data essential for recruiting business tenants. sorry. I'm thinking that some of these are from a different section. Sorry, I might have to check on this because these clearly are not on the climate theme. So we're gonna have to revise that section of the report. Sorry about that, but that's not. This was just completed, and we are going to have to go back and redo those particular ones just to get them on from the right survey. So let me just move on from that as we make those corrections. It's worth noting that there were some recommendations that committee members felt they didn't have enough information on to assess accurately. In some other cases, committee members noted that they generally supported a recommendation, but not the specifics, making voting for the recommendation difficult. There's really nothing we can do to go back and change that, but I just think it was worth noting in the report. Key findings. The key findings, we've introduced that particular part with a quote from one of our first speakers, Dr. Alex Himmelfarb. This is a once-in-a-100-year opportunity to envision the kind of economy we want and channel billions of dollars of investments in ways that align with long-term objectives like sustainability. The key themes about COVID-19 recovery that emerged from our presenters include these points. There is much uncertainty as to the timing of recovery, although it will likely be a slow rebound with possible setbacks along the way, so planning for resilience is key. Number two, COVID-19 is disproportionately negatively affecting low and moderate income residents, Indigenous peoples, peoples of color, and women. The pandemic has revealed systemic problems, including a very unfavorable Vancouver housing market, lack of sufficient affordable child care, homeless camps, limitations of SROs, vulnerable food supplies, and racism. A just recovery is needed. 3, recovery has already required and will continue to require significant public investment. It makes the most sense to invest in a recovery plan that mitigates the accelerating emergencies of housing affordability and climate change. Investing in zero and low carbon retrofits of residential buildings would create local jobs, protect affordable housing, and go a long ways to meeting all government's carbon reduction goals. A retrofit economy and green recovery makes sense. 4, small business in the heart of every Vancouver neighborhood and key to complete communities have been particularly hard hit by COVID-19. The city has a key role to play in enabling the economic recovery of small businesses, especially through our regulatory framework and use of public spaces such as city streets, sidewalks, and plazas. Supporting small business is key to the economic recovery in Vancouver. 5, government responses to the COVID-19 pandemic to date verify that the city can very quickly get a lot done with unimaginable efficiency, and senior governments are able to invest heavily and quickly in the public interest. COVID-19 offers an opportunity to tackle systemic problems quickly and create a new, better normal. 6, many of the systemic problems greatly impacting residents, such as homelessness and climate change, are not of the city's making. Communications and coordinations between different levels of government are not always ideal. Good communications and partnerships with senior governments are essential for solutions. 7, municipal levers are limited to property taxes, regulatory reform, and advocacy. The city must balance its budgets even during an economic crisis. The city must pursue new and increased funding sources and take advantage of senior government COVID-19 stimulus funding. So those were key themes and findings. And finally, on to conclusions. The CCRC heard from a selection of invited experts and stakeholders on a range of COVID-19 recovery-related themes, both related to business and community recovery. The meetings, I think, provided, as councillors had hoped, new information, insights, and suggestions for city action and our plans. It should be noted, though, because there were only a limited number of presenters selected by the CCRC, the recommendations arising from CCRC meetings are limited in their scope, reflecting the perspectives of those presenters. CCRC members have indicated the degree to which we support recommendations and recognize that a wider range of recommendations regarding how best to plan COVID recovery exists and would be fruitful to understand and assess. The CCRC did receive several sets of additional recommendations, including from the city's Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee and the Vancouver BIA Partnership, appended to this report as correspondence. That input will be considered by staff and council as part of the ongoing work on the city's COVID-19 recovery plans. The availability of only 6 meeting dates to hear from speakers prior to July 31st meant that the CCRC did not have the time to focus on a number of topics in relation to COVID-19 recovery planning that committee members had identified as important to explore. These included food security, social and mental health, equity and intersectionality, festivals and public events, transformation of city service delivery, arts and culture, the nonprofit sector, transportation, urban design and public space, and access to nature. In addition, some CCRC meetings combined topics with the result that some topics did not receive full attention, such as community resilience and new fiscal tools for the city. Also, Council continued to meet regularly throughout the term of the CCRC, and one core CCRC question, what steps can the City of Vancouver take to support businesses reopening and residents returning to work and play in the city, was the focus of many staff recommendations and individual councillor motions at those regular council meetings. Did the work of the CCRC result in answers to the other key questions we determined would guide our work? For the most part, we believe yes. And those answers are contained in our review of the recommendations emerging from our meetings. Several questions, however, were not addressed specifically. Those are, how can the city's recovery plans increase resiliency citywide? How can we advance goals of service excellence? And what practices have we adopted as a result of the pandemic that we should consider amplifying to improve service delivery and urban planning? Hope is that those questions will continue to be pursued by staff and council. All the recommendations have been divided into actions that the city can take and actions we need to advocate for with senior governments. We recognize it would be helpful for council to have a well-informed, coordinated effort in our advocacy. Overall, however, it does seem feasible through our city's COVID-19 recovery plans, we can achieve a new, better normal here. Finally, next steps. One of the most valuable outcomes of the CCRC was the ability of mayor and council to invite experts and organizations to present to council on topics and issues of particular significance. Committee members recommend that options should be explored to create more opportunities for council to identify such experts and organizations and hear directly from these third-party experts as part of presentations brought to council. That will be one of the points that's included in the motion that will arise out of this report. One of Mayor and Council's first actions with the onset of COVID-19 was to reach out to the city's advisory committees and ask for their advice on the city's COVID-19 response and recovery plans. I believe at the time it was Deputy Mayor Kirby Young who did attend all of those advisory committees on behalf of Mayor and Council. There is an attached submission to this report from the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee. In Q4 2020, the city's COVID-19 recovery planning team, under the guidance of Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt, will be engaging the city's advisory committees to seek their input further into this work. Several questions that formed the core focus on the CCRC's work were not addressed specifically. How can the city's recovery plans increase resiliency citywide? How can we advance goals of service excellence? What practices have we adopted as a result of the epidemic, such as enabling phone-in public speaking to council agenda items, working remotely, and digital transformation of services, including online permitting? Would we like to consider amplifying to improve service delivery and urban planning? Committee members recommend that these questions continue to be pursued by staff and council, and that as part of the city's COVID-19 recovery program, report back to Council applying lessons learned to date through the pandemic concerning increasing citywide resiliency and advancing service delivery excellence. These two will be contained within the motion that will be put before you today. Committee members also recommend that staff give consideration to the 41 top priority recommendations in the CCRC report in the city's 2021 operating budget, that immediately upon receipt of the CCRC report, incorporate the top priority recommendations into the city's COVID-19 recovery program and other work streams as appropriate, and report back to Council with an analysis of all the CCRC recommendations by no later than January 31st, 2021. These recommendations, too, will be contained in the motion that you will have before you. Finally, the terms of reference indicate the CCRC's work will be considered done with the completion of its report by no later than July 31st, which is 2 days from now. City Council may opt to extend the term past July 31st. After July 31st, 2020, Council can consider reviving the CCRC through a member's motion. Any extension is subject to Section 160 of the Vancouver Charter, which states that all committees of Council shall stand discharged immediately before the first Monday after November in the year of a general local election. And the report does not recommend that we extend at this time, but that we consider the report, the final report of the committee. What I would like to do is ask members of the working group who all collaborated through this process would like to add any comments, provide any highlights at this point, if that's okay by you, Chair Wiebe.
Yes, that's okay. We'll now. It's okay by me. People can go on the list if they would like to speak. Councillor Boyle, you're up.
Thanks. So I appreciate that summary and the work that's gone into this, and just want to specifically name that, or reiterate as was named, that because we weren't able to fit all of the topics in, we endeavored to sort of see how a number of issues intersect, but there are some clear gaps that I think many of us would have loved to explore. I'm sure all of us would have loved to explore, and certainly that continue to be key issues for the city, and the equity piece is the one that stands out most clearly to me. I know that came up, and we were able to hear from folks related to climate in this morning's session that it came up related to a number of issues. But I just want to make sure it gets lifted up again here in this closing summary, because it's such a central hub around which, or through which, we need to continue looking at all of these issues and make sure that, as we've heard so clearly, the pandemic impacted people differently based on sort of pre-existing social inequality and structural inequalities, and that our actions in each of these areas and beyond all of these areas need to constantly be rooted in a reminder of that, and an attempt to lessen rather than worsen those inequalities. So we heard a number of folks listed who have been more heavily impacted, and it is an incomplete list. I think it's worth saying that people with disabilities have experienced the impacts of this pandemic in a much harder way than many of us. Similarly, people without clear immigration status have faced an incredible number of burdens and impacts of this that we haven't been able to hear specifically as an issue in the work of this report. So again, I just want to name that those equity pieces are so central to all of the topics that we were able to discuss, and I have heard that from other councillors. I know that that is understood by our staff too, and that the equity framework our staff are working on will be in conversation with our recovery, and that there's a huge amount of work there that we need to continue to hold centrally and make sure that is part of our recovery, but also was part of our work ahead of this pandemic hitting and will continue to be part of our work in that way too.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And a couple of comments and reflections on this work. None of us had a crystal ball and could foresee, I think in December, at that time we were grappling with a lot of policy discussions and budget discussions, what was to come a few weeks later towards the end of December and the beginnings of a pandemic. And I want to acknowledge it's been a really difficult time for people across the globe, and Councillor Boyle highlighted particularly individuals and families with pre-existing challenges and where there's been inequalities were harder hit. But I do want to acknowledge that through all of this, I think our province has really stepped up and provided leadership, and we've seen that through the leaders, political leaders, and through that of Dr. Henry in terms of guiding us and advancing us. And also our staff, Karen Levitt, spoke to the recovery work that is underway in parallel to our to the work of this committee. And there's been a lot of heavy lifting done, and that with a reduced workforce because of temporary layoffs, which were directly related to the pandemic. And so I just want to acknowledge that contextually. I also, with some reflections, I'm not going to delve into the content of the report as much because I think Councillor Carr really covered a lot of what we heard and those who tuned in to hear the presentations. But one of the things that I think is a positive and silver lining coming out of this was on a process side is the striking of this committee and the collaborative approach. And I think there's some learnings there because even to get this committee in place, I think there was a lot of learnings about how we do that. We've had 2 standing committees for some time, but how do we maybe establish processes to be more nimble, to be able to do this in future when we need to be responsive to the public or other issues. I valued hearing directly from experts. I know our staff are working closely with experts and stakeholders on a regular basis and associations and others, but I would like to see us find a way going forward to be enabling that more and so to me there's a little bit of a democratic reform in terms of how we operate as a city council. One of the things that I was particularly interested in, I know it was sort of threaded through some of the presentations that continues to be an area of interest for me, is through this pandemic, what are the things that we've learned, the practices we've changed that we should continue doing in the future and we should amplify. And so from a crisis standpoint, what are those things that and there are some number of examples in terms of the conversations and the work that's done around reallocation of street space to patios, to changes that were made within dealing with development of permits and moving more virtually around that. I know there's other examples, but how do we amplify those things? How do we do more of those things? And what are the things that we've learned that the pandemic has shown us aren't working? We've had presentations around how our housing framework is precarious. We saw that with our SROs and the cleaning protocols that had to be put in place. So what are the things we should stop doing potentially and look at doing differently? I think there's a real opportunity to reimagine our systems. And I think we heard that as well. And I think that the work that has been done through this committee will inform, if we do end up and hopefully not a second phase of this in the fall, that we're stronger and more resilient. But I did appreciate the process. We were under a tight time frame, obviously, to pull this together and to bring together presenters and council. But I did value the process, and sometimes the process is just as important, if not more important, than the outcomes. But I do think it will inform staff's work. They've been doing a lot of work in this area, and I look forward to any further recommendations that come forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to add a few new points and not repeat too much, although I would echo Councillor Dominato's point that I did value the opportunity for Council to have a mechanism to invite delegations to come and speak to us, and I think that that could be a very useful structure moving forward on this. I would probably provide a couple of contextual comments that I don't view this as a sort of an exhaustive, complete exercise. I think it's a snapshot and an important one, but these were specifically invited delegations, and there are many valuable points of view out there. We just simply didn't have time to spread the net as broadly as we might have, and as we might in the future. And so we did have to sort of distill down to some, trying to get some representative different perspectives and points of view in on key topics. I will also say that I think it's really important for me to kind of emphasize that the Council are not approving these recommendations, and probably important for the public as well, because this is a public meeting, and I know that people don't have the benefit of seeing the report at this moment. Hopefully that will be made available and posted shortly through our normal mechanisms. But I think it's really important to note that this is Council sort of endorsing this process and this work continuing to move forward, but not specifically the recommendations or the full weighting of the recommendations as individual Council members. This is, I think, a means to input in terms of moving us forward, and I think that's really important to distinguish there. For me, and I'll speak personally now. I did want to also, before I do that, I did want to also take the opportunity to thank the different presenters and different groups that came in, often on short notice, to share their expertise and their input with us. We really appreciated the fact that people were available and took the time to really feed in some very strong recommendations. And the other thing that I think has been a really valuable outcome that I think bears emphasizing is that the pandemic exacerbated and exposed a lot of the cracks and the issues that were present prior to COVID, whether it was insufficient investment in housing and homelessness or others, and it just made them all the more apparent. And I think what it also did too is really engender an open and I think an honest conversation around what is the role of the city and what is the role of the federal and senior governments and how can we best work towards that. So what I particularly appreciated was the delineation between focusing the recommendations on what can the city do and make an impact within our resources and our mandate and our abilities versus where do we have to become ever more strong advocates. And I think that's a conversation that Council needs to carry forward as to how we really up the advocacy arm and the efforts that we have. And I think having all of our MLAs and local MP representatives here was a good start to that work. But I think really we can't do this on our own. So it's really a question of how do we elevate a lot of those issues now and shape a sort of a very positive, equitable recovery. In terms of sort of specific personal comments on some of the recommendations, the ones that really stood out for me, and I would emphasize, was how much impact the city can have when we are nimble in terms of supporting our small business and economy. And I think, patio regulations was one excellent amplification of that. And if we can carry that spirit forward, I think that's going to be critical to recovery, because if our businesses are healthy and our residents are healthy, then the city will be. I think the notion around climate and really zeroing in, and there's a number of different strategies that we can take there, but where we get the biggest impact, for example, right off the bat around street use and particularly around buildings and building policies and regulations, things that require smart policy and sort of smart people power, but not necessarily a lot of financial resources. They just require a will to do those. And I particularly appreciated, and I think we talked about it a bit this morning, I raised it, the notion of complete communities. And I think one of the speakers from Metro phrased it as a nexus of land use, people working from home and mobility choices. So really thinking thoughtfully as we move forward in how we build communities, and I'm hopeful that that lens can be carried into the Vancouver plan. The one specific observation I really want to make personally that I think that really stood out for me from our presenters was from a gentleman from Terra Housing. And I think that I'm concerned about what this one particular recommendation not getting action if the report comes back on January 31st, because I think he spoke very clearly to the fact that the city has not punched to our full batting weight, and we have the opportunity to do one collective call to action to get out of the way a little bit, to review the role of VAHA, to trust and support our nonprofit partners to deliver social and lower income housing, and to do something big and bold and really try to collectively offer up as many sites as we can and get a collective large RFP out there to move this forward. Because if we're not bold, and we're seeing this from news and calls and emails from residents every day, it is pulling our city down, everybody, both those that are homeless and those that are not. And I think that's one of the biggest issues that we have facing us right now. And I think that we need to have a separate conversation around that about how to be bolder and activate that and move that forward. And he also suggested that there were some real opportunities that Vancouver wasn't getting its fair share because of perhaps how we had approached it before. We had been a bit, trying to be very thoughtful and deliver the best possible projects, but been much more sequential, and the city had taken on a bigger role as opposed to enabling and supporting those partners. But there are some very real deadlines, I think, with BC Housing, as was referenced, in the federal government to really move that forward, and I don't think that that can wait until January 31st. So I think I would be really remiss if I didn't highlight that, and I'm hopeful that staff are hearing that. We have an opportunity to really look at putting something forward and that's bold to meet BC Housing's fall deadline and get that underway. So those are some of the highlights that stood out for me. I thought it was an intense but useful process, and I appreciate the opportunity to hear from all of the folks that brought their perspectives forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got myself on the queue. And I as well want to, this is exciting. I think we challenged ourselves to do something different and change the way we work together and how we worked with staff. We challenged the norm of how we did governance. And it was at first seen as something that weren't sure where it was going to go. I don't think any of us had a real clue when I chaired that first meeting of how this would end up, but really have to thank the committees and the working groups and staff that really pulled this together. And the speakers that came and delivered in short timelines and really delivered a punch with good, clear recommendations. And then also to this council, I mean, when you look around at what we're talking about today, right, amplifying advocacy together and working collaboratively to do very similar goals, Boyle ensuring we have equity, Dominato really talking about how this could start and we could really move forward with this process and find ways to tackle the topics that we didn't get to and figure out how we get our priorities and how we work together and collaboratively to really start to deliver on what the public is wanting. And this is a time for us to maybe change the way our committees have worked in the past to bring in the speakers we want to speak in and really start to dive into dealing with the critical issues that the city all knows and talks about on a daily basis of what needs to happen and how we need to do it differently. And Sky talking about how this is a mechanism of change, and this should just be the start of us doing things differently. And so I think that this is a real critical moment. I think this council took a step in a different direction with this committee. I think we challenged the way things were supposed to be done, and I think it really came out in a great starting point for us to really think about it through the summer and think about how can we do governance different to really start to nail the goals, listen better to the public, and start to deliver on the big, bold moves that are going to drive the future and make it better moving forward. So really appreciate everyone's work on this. And I think, Councillor Carr, are you willing to move the recommendation?
Yes, Councillor Chair Wee, but it's a co-submitted motion by myself and Councillor Dominato was the two liaisons for this committee. So I can move, and I leave it to Councillor Dominato to say
it'll be moved with. And Councillor Dominato seconds.
I'll second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to the recommendation?
I think I outlined it fairly clearly, Chair Weeb, in the beginning, but let me go over it because you all have it in your inboxes now. But we obviously are at this point receiving the final report in principle and providing the report to the city manager, and that is what our terms of reference ask us to do in order to evaluate and as appropriate integrate the findings and recommendations as contained in the CCRC report into the city's COVID-19 recovery program and or other work streams and report back on this work to Council no later than January 31st, 2021. And immediately upon receipt of the CCRC report, incorporate the top priority recommendations into the city's COVID-19 recovery program and other work streams as appropriate. C, give consideration to the 41 top priority recommendations in the CCRC report in the city's 2021 operating budget. D, pursue answers to the questions that the CCRC was not able to answer during its mandate, i.e., how can the city's recovery plans increase resiliency citywide? How can we advance goals of service excellence? What practices has the city adopted as a result of the pandemic, such as enabling phone-in public speaking to council agenda items, working remotely, and digital transformation of services, including online permitting, that we should consider continuing? And finally, report back to Council with an analysis of all the CCRC evaluated recommendations by no later than January 31st, 2021. And E, explore options to create more opportunities for Council to identify experts and organizations and hear directly from these third-party experts as part of our of presentations to Council. That is it. I did outline them before. And the only thing I need to add is that there needs to be a correction in the report. There is just some, I basically read the report to you, but there was a section that we worked madly over lunch to incorporate in, and the numbers of the recommendations that received high priority, and in one case, they weren't the correct language there. They were taken from the wrong survey, so we will correct that.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a speaker on this. Councillor Swanson, you're up.
Yeah, thank you to all the folks that worked on this. I think there is some good information here that I hope we can push forward. I was just steaming about an article I saw that had the Premier saying that municipalities had to take more responsibility for homeless camps, when in fact it's the province that refuses to give vacancy control for the SROs, refuses to raise welfare rates so people have enough to eat and pay their rent, refuses to put enough money into social housing, and also the feds. But so there's some good recommendations here, like dramatically increasing investment in social housing, got 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 for the Housing First strategy, 8 out of 10 for purchasing hotels, 7 out of 10 for trying to get the right of first refusal to buy a housing that's for sale so we could use it for social housing. So I think there's some good stuff in here to work with, and I hope we can push it forward. And there's some things that are happening in the city, and homelessness is one of them, that are just absolutely inexcusable. And if everybody got their act together and worked together, it could easily be solved. It would save lives, and it would be cheaper. And I hope this will give us a push in that direction. And I'm also pleased at the priority on climate and equity issues. So thanks, folks, for doing this.
Thank you so much, Councillor Swanson. Do we have any other councillors that would like to speak before we take this to a vote? Second call for speakers before we take this to a vote. Last call. Clerk, can we get the voting screen on for receiving this report for... Please vote on screen. Okay, Council, all the votes are in. We have 2 absent, Mayor Stewart and Dijnova. Otherwise, this has been voted unanimously. Thank you so much, Council, for all the work that's been done on this. We will now need a motion to rise from the committee of the whole. Do I have a mover?
Point of privilege, Swanson here.
Yes, Swanson.
I wonder if we could get this information, particularly about how the councillors voted on, or maybe the entire report, but how councillors voted the votes on the various recommendations, if that could be made public. So the people who are looking at this probably don't see what we're talking about.
I can answer that point of information if you like.
Yes, through me to Councillor Carr. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Swanson, all of the votes are going to be appended to the report. So they will be available through the city's website to the public, et cetera. So every single recommendation that we ranked will have the scores with those the ranked scores with those recommendations available in a spreadsheet for the 2 surveys that you completed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we need a mover to rise from committee of the whole.
So moved. Hardwick.
Beautiful. Councillor Boyle. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
All opposed say nay. Perfect. That passes unanimously. Okay, now we need a motion to adopt the report from committee of the whole.
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, do we have a seconder?
Herbie Young.
Herbie Young, seconder. All in favor say yay.
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 Yay. All opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. Adjournment, we need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Hardwick.
Hardwick. Classic. Seconder.
Boyle.
Boyle. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Nice
Yay.
work, everyone. Really appreciate it. That was a nice, smooth meeting, even with our break. So this meeting is adjourned. We'll see everyone for the special meeting at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.